We're building this today. We are building this Viking log cabin right here. I'm going to be doing measurements from the provided building materials in Valheim. So we're going to do 2 lengths here, 2 lengths here, 2.5 here, and 2 lengths diagonally, and then 1 length per story. I believe that will be appropriate. There's a chance 1 length high is not tall enough, so but I don't know. I don't know. Susannakins, what have you been up to? I'm going to get started in a second here. I promise. I'm cultivating. That's not what I meant to do. We're having a good time. I don't know why I did that. I have another thing to show you guys at some point today. I've been working on a new video. And it's a lot of work, and I'm gonna be really butthurt if this flops, guys. So I'm gonna need some love from you guys when it comes out. 2 things. 1, like the video, by the way, if you haven't liked it already. If you like the stream for me, please. I am making a new blueprint section for YouTube, and I'm creating a modular building system, like sectional housing, or like it's like sectional couches, but it's like a modular building system. And basically, if you are a member of my YouTube channel, which is a sub, like not a subscriber, but like a Twitch sub, like it's $5 a month, you get access to my blueprints for Valheim. And one of the things I'm going to be launching is, and I'm going to keep expanding it at some point, but it is a modular building system where basically so far I have 12 pieces of like detailed housing that you can like interconnect to like build your own custom base. And I'm going to keep expanding the idea. But basically I've been building where like it took a lot of work to make these modular pieces all fit together so that you can hypothetically interchange any of them to build your own. So like if everyone took my pieces and made their own base, you'd all hypothetically have different bases. I think it's a cool idea, but it's also my idea. So, but for the sake of, you know, a subscription on YouTube, I'd say that's a pretty good deal. And I'm also going to be giving, I need to figure out how I want to give people access. I'm thinking of Google Docs right now. I'm obviously aware that someone could just come in, pay $5 for 1 month, and take all my blueprints, but like I guess that's fair and square. So I was thinking about even doing like rotating blueprints in there monthly. Why do I keep doing this? Where like they change. So at least people can't take everything in 1 month and run away. The Grey Dwarf is incoming, and he's minding his business, so I'm gonna leave it. Applying for jobs and designing 3 bathrooms. That's excellent. It's a lot of stuff at once. But I don't like anything you build. Fair, you know. That is, yeah. What happens if I suck at building? Great point you're making. At some point at the end of this video, or on stream, maybe I'll take a mental break somewhere in the middle, and I'll go to the edge of the world, where my graveyard of blueprints are, and like test builds are, and I will show you guys what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm gonna. Can you guys test the imager link for me, by the way? I made a link. Don't mind me for a second. I'm trying something. What do I want to do here? I want to make sure my angle's correct. Sorry, my brain isn't fully activated right now. It's going to get interesting. I'm trying to simulate how I'm going to do this this little turn in the roof. So I'm sampling it on the ground to give myself the angle that feels appropriate. So I think it's this. Spoil sport. How's it going, Antler Carver? Appreciate you guys coming to hang out with me tonight. Obviously, start barking in the chat if the stream drops again. I'm hopeful that that was just an early start weird thing. Think I'll be fine, probably. Kind of a bummer because I did my intro kind of early there. Oh, I don't think... there we go. I did my little intro thing. At least I did kind of like a fake one after, I guess. That'll work, right? Okay. So I'm trying to give some context as I go here. I'm building the very, very initial start. And I'm going to throw some logs on this and then show you guys the picture one more time. Image link works fine for me. Appreciate it, Molly. Thank you. I'm going to keep trying to... So in my description, I have a list of the mods I'm using, as well as the imager link to the thumbnail, so you guys can follow along if you so desire. So check that out if you're on a computer and you want to see how badly I'm butchering this. You certainly can. Makes it a little easier than me pulling it up all the time. However, that being said, I am going to grab it. So this is it. The framework I just built, it's technically slightly smaller, but that's okay because it's going to get out of hand from a size perspective, I think. So technically, after floor 1, there is like a balcony that then carries the awning from the 3rd floor as well. So it's going to get a little challenging. I might actually have to... I don't know. It's going to get interesting. We'll see how I do. YouTube chat doesn't auto-capitalize your first word. It's making me insane. You have a personal vendetta against YouTube chat. That is a fact. Okay, I don't really... I said this earlier, but I think actually one of the bigger challenges is going to be how to... Like, am I going to build, like, another facade where, like, all you see is the front? Because finishing this build might actually be more challenging than anything else, the unseen portions. So, first and foremost, there's like a concrete... There do be a concrete entryway at the front here. I cannot see over here, but we will take the creative liberty. Nailed it. From here, I'm trying to get the scale out in front of me as quickly as I can so that I don't goof this up. To keep my eyes feeling right about this build, I'm going to make this really quickly. And then there's like an archway right here, which might be challenging to actually make. I think for now we'll do that just to know that it's there. If you've been keeping up with the teaser videos of the Deep North, there's potentially a decorative railing coming. Yes, please. Because I think I was going to have to use something from Odin's mod today. I could use a banister like this. Or I could obviously build it creatively from the normal build set. But that's great to know. I think it should be wider, as in like this, like as in the build isn't big enough, is what you're saying? Because yeah, I don't know what to do about that. That gets a little out of hand real quick, though. Yeah, that would be great if they did, frankly. So the question then is how many? I mean, I could do 2.5 each way. The only problem is, Serotonin, is you could condemn me to an unbuildable structure if I'm not careful. Like this is where it feels like the arch truly starts. That feels accurate. Like from the perspective of the archway, and then it's like another half. So maybe it needs to be 2.5s. I guess that's still all square mathematically. I just can't see. Sorry, guys. We'll go. I'm not sure why this hasn't been like connecting recently. Is that correct? Am I crazy? Or is that how that's supposed to look? UBU, I'm on the couch. I mean, I know you're right. I just like, you know, like we make a simple choice and then every roof piece is half a space off or something stupid, you know? Like that's, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I know that. I'm just building out the structure right now. I'm mainly doing this for the sheer purpose of scale before we start, but yes, I am missing the window. I will add that. I don't know that that was correct. Something's goofy here. Maybe it's because of maybe it's because of the concrete that's sitting there. It's getting things goofy. So the only other problem is it's almost like okay, so this entire first wall is all the same. It appears to all be the same. I can't get the words out, sorry. The same depth. So level 1. Level 1, level 2, and level 3 on this section don't have any variation. That is what I'm going to have to do. There's obviously that's not right, and I hate it. Um, there's no depth of variation. The middle section here is like, it's almost like it's in a fraction, like literally that much. The middle feature. So we're going to get that ready. Oops. So we'll go that route. And I don't think in the image you can actually see, but I'm going to do that. We'll get that going. And then it seems like in regards, can anyone see back there? I feel like there's a, you know what we'll do? I'm going to do that because I'm going to throw a door. I'm going to put 2 half pieces down so I can throw a door on one of them, because I'm pretty sure I might use an Ashland's door because it's the appropriate size. I'm going to throw this down for now. We'll probably switch it out. I don't like it. Maybe I'll switch it out now. And then it's almost like there's a window right here. Like yay high. Maybe 2 again. Obviously, for what it's worth, all you purists out there, there is nothing on the image that indicates alternating current of pieces. And like, you know what I'm saying? Like short, long, long, short. None of that is present. Yeah, it seems like there's like just a window. There's like a length of window here. I think I just had a brainwave for the other window that I was butthurt about. I don't want that there, but I'm going to use it for... getting ourselves ready. It feels almost narrower. I'm still not done deciding in my brains. I think it's narrower like that. And then I'm going to put a couple spots down. Maybe 3. Go with that. And I'm going to do that here too. And I'm going to go 1 more up for the universal alignment of window height. We out here, you guys talking English lessons out here about people using the wrong yours and twos? It's cold in these streets, man. People are people, for surely. There we go. All right, so that completes the front of level 1 in regards to you know, I would love to use the pretty new pieces, but to be honest, the imagery of this is certainly more this. don't know if there's any point in setting those out right now. I'll just wait. Okay, so this is now set up. And then the third portion, which this should be 3 lengths long, because this one is wider than the other 2. That is a fact. That's also wrong. I realize what I'm doing. I'm putting the log at the top. I mean, I don't hate it, I guess. I'll just do it. Don't be dissing my lore. Tiger, what are you up to this evening? All right. So we're 3 across on this one. Is that... Am I crazy or is that taller? Also, this one, actually, I might be wrong. This one might also be just as far back. This I can just keep standing maybe as like a... Well, I won't. I'm going to remove it for now, because I'm going to do the right things. This one is just as far back as the other. I did not interpret that correctly. So it's actually this area that I needed, not the other. So I was incorrect. So let's redo that. I'll leave the wood in there for a guide for now. Take it out. Absolutely nothing? Well, that's good, right? Absolutely nothing is a good thing. Okay, so this part has a complexity of windows that I'm really not into right now. You know, another thing I know I should really do is probably build out the deck. I think the thing that this one like juts out not a lot. It doesn't jut out this much, but it might have to. We could say it does. I mean, it's not that atrocious of a decision to make. For those of you who have seen the picture in my Imager link, yeah, see, it does. How are we feeling about the pillars being wood like this? I could have them look like something else, but I feel like this is appropriate. I actually need to free place these. Oh, no, I don't. I think we just go... Oh, I don't love that. Okay, that makes things sticky, because where I want to put these is clearly in the way of the door, so I could ad-lib and do that. I like the wood pillars. How's it going, Spandy? Just to start giving myself some optics. It's really hard to look at this and know what I'm seeing, so I'm going to help myself differentiate in my brain with where the deck is. I think for continuity, we're going to then do this with the deck again, because according to this, the deck comes out even further But the building, the third floor juts out, but not the first. I think this third section is flush with the second section, depth-wise. Back here. I mean, from what I can tell from the image, I think that that's accurate. It's really hard to tell at that rate. It might have almost be personal opinion at that point. And then, of course, I destroyed my angle that I took all that time to math out. So hopefully it's this one. Thoughts? What are you up to, Spandy? You having a good evening? All right. By doing 3 or 2? I did 3 on the non-side, 2 here. I guess 4 on that one. 3 on that one. I feel like all of these should be level, so I need to... There's like... Basically, this is all just windows. These two sides, oops, if I'm not mistaken, are literally like just windows. So maybe I should hook up the top here. Okay. The mystery side. Oh, what did I do here? That was weird. Oh, you know, I've been deciding recently. I prefer today 0.4 a lot of the time. Yeah. What does it look like in this build? Yeah, I like it better. We're just missing Al. That's true. Yeah, I'm not really, like I've talked to you guys before, I'm not really sure how my stream popped off to like 20 or 30 viewers the last 2 streams, my only 2 main streams. What's happening right now feels more predictably appropriate. Like I said, in regards to some of this stuff, it's not perfect. There's really no way to judge the depth of some of this stuff. I'm taking a few creative liberties with like the deck depth and whatnot. I don't think it's going to hurt anything, that's for sure. But if you're wondering, I'm trying to like capture this little deviation right here and then the depth down into here. So I'm just doing what I can. And then I think I'll do one more. And then essentially, it's just this. I'm going to lead a little bit of taco luck here in a second. And then we'll pick our head up and take a look at what we did. Did I do it? I mean, that's pretty damn close. Did I just use long logs? I did, didn't I? That's true. You know what? Because I did that so well, I refuse to do it again, so I'm literally just going to bury these in the next floor, and that's totally okay. Because I'm not... Oh, you know what? The windows go up, actually. Hey, winner, winner. It appears that the windows on the second level do the same thing. So we're going to take the W and run away. The longer... I think that's probably true. Who knows? I mean, it might be also very boring to watch the beginnings of this. I could see that being a reality. I mean, this whole thing could be boring depending on what you care about, I guess. Oh, hello? I don't remember. Did I put... Okay. Yeah, there's iron in there, right? I think there is. Yep. So I got that one. Oop. Yeah, taco luck is a real thing. So I don't want to beat this up too much because it doesn't really matter that much, but for those of you who want to, I did enable memberships on my channel, so you can subscribe to me essentially. Obviously, subs are already... The word sub over here means something different, so a Twitch subscriber would essentially be a membership here. And if that's something you're inevitably interested in, you can subscribe with a membership fee here, and it's going to give you access to all my blueprints eventually. I need to upload them still and figure out how I want to disseminate that. But if you do subscribe to me, you do get access to different blueprints and my new modular building system that I'm going to be doing a video on sooner than later eventually. Obviously, I'd never really aggressively ask you guys to subscribe, but if you'd like to, you can. And frankly, if someone finally does eventually, we'll find out if my alerts work. Because I have, you know, ironically, I don't think anyone here right now will get the throwback. How's it going, Big Al? The whole gang is here. No softball. I shouldn't say let's go, because that's probably exciting for you. But there's an OG thing on my membership alert for YouTube that used to be a mixer thing back in the day. And I don't think, without Mini or Kutta here, any of you guys will know what it is, or know that, but it's kind of cool. I accidentally found it today when I was setting up my membership alert. Big Al, do you usually have softball like weekly or something? Like, do you have like a league you're in? There you go, Antler Carver. True. You know, I have to admit, these builds are harder than they look like they are. And I'm saying that speaking for myself. Like, you know, you're like, yeah, that's fine. I could build that. And I can, obviously. But like, it is, the details catch up with you really quick, I think is what I'm trying to say. Preaching to the choir to some of you guys, but I just mean in general, it is funny. Like, you look at it and you're like, okay, yeah, cool. And then as you get started, you're like, oh man. Yes, I do remember finding Haldor on my very first try, and you guys were not super pleased about it. I remember that. Okay, I'm doing something wrong somewhere in here. Yeah? That should not be out that far, should it? Well, it is, so. Yeah, it was like the first time I set sail too, right? I just like left a dock and it was just done. I'm pretty sure that's how it went. See, I could do this for you guys, for you building purists, so that the lines aren't stacking on each other. Continuing to just get the bones of this thing going. Luckily, one of the first things I built a lot was stone cabin stuff, or log cabin stuff, if you guys remember. I see what's happening. This has... We're going to go this way. Makes it easier. Indeed they do. 2 nights a week. Very cool. Okay, we're on the second level. Once again, guys, if you're just joining in, please do like the stream. I would really appreciate it. It helps a lot. And if you're on a computer and you want to check out the imager link of the thumbnail of this stream, it is what I'm currently trying to build. The AI-generated image of a Viking log cabin is in an imager link if you care to look at it. But I said I was going to do that, so I did. All right. So on the bottom floor, we've got our windows secured. We've got our entryway secured. Over here, it feels like... I'm not really entirely sure what I want to do with this next part. Oops, I didn't do the overlapping thing. Doesn't matter. I think we need to do we need to stay consistent with the height of rise of the window. So we'll do this. And we'll throw down our concrete just to keep our perspective. I think that was my Gatorade bottle. Some very strange sound just occurred on my desk. That doesn't look great. We can revisit that. Nope, and we're going to do it now because it doesn't look good. That looks good on the magical, highlight reel over here. Brother in Christ. It says it's good. Let's try to trick it. There we go. He sailed straight. There he was. Taco luck. True. Look, I just exist within it, I just exist within the luck. I can't help it. Okay, one of the weird twists of this home is, according to the AI image, it does appear that this deck continues straight, counterintuitively to the angle of the building. Anyone looking at the link want to disagree or give me a counterpoint, I'm open. But it does appear as though there's like a pillar and a pillar like this, and that's a thing. Also, I might have to do some clippy business here. Or not. I don't know that there's... Okay, I see. Those are the wooden ones. Oh, we can differentiate. Let's do this. I think I just understood a little bit right there. What I was probably missing. Ah. The image has weird geometry. Yeah, agreed. And it's also challenging. I don't know if you were here early, another cover, but the end of the build, like, building the back of this thing, like it doesn't exist. So it's going to be like up to me on like what I actually want to do. I could just leave an empty shell of a building and then you guys could all get really mad at me. Another North Korea situation where I'm just building an empty imaginary grocery store with fake apples in the front, you know? This is taking shape though. It's hard to look at because the texture differences aren't there like in the image. I think that's a huge difference. There's no texture differences. Okay, what are we feeling for railings? Different wood, cheat codes. For example, railings like this from the Odin's mod. So we can do, obviously we could do something like this to give you, oh, hello, to give you an example of what it could look like. Or we could use regular building pieces, but like regular wood, and make railings like this. A Hollywood set piece. There we go. That makes it acceptable. All right, what are we thinking? It's like the rightmost gable is at an angle towards the rightmost corner of the foundation. Yeah, I agree. It's weird. The left two roof peaks aren't correct in the image, so just be practical. Yeah, it's going to be, to be honest, some of the fun is trying to create some of this AI majesty. It gets, like, I think that's what I was talking about. Like, you look at it and like, I could build that just fine. And then you're like, oh, crap. I guess I don't hate this. I feel like some people get upset about, like, you didn't whittle these from the mind of Odin himself. It's not valid. But, like, I don't know. I think these look fine. It's the Odin mod, friends. Look, if anyone has a problem with it, they can comment on the video and tell me that they're very upset. Hypothetically, this connects, but I don't really know that it needs to. In regards to how the image plays out on that one side, I just hate, because like it needs to, the depth of the building needs to change, so I kind of need to cheese this a little bit. Okay. On the top, I wish I had a half piece, and I don't. So I need to use... I'll have to use the vertical pieces to make up for it. I think it steps back after that angled bit. I'm not sure I understand, but in my brain, this facade, like the left piece, all is on this plane. And then the second and third piece is on this plane. That's how I see it in the image. The deck comes out twice as much to meet, but like the origin of the wall, to me, On the first and second floor is all flat here, and then here. That's what my brain sees. So that is what I'm currently trying to create on the far right side. Okay. Yeah, we're going to have to get creative here. Like, obviously, once we get to this part, we're going to have to decide how we want to shut this building off. Like, we could go one more back, go here, and square it off. I don't know what you guys think of that. Like, if we did... I'm not going to fully commit here, but if we did this... For our Hollywood set piece, that is. Oh, that doesn't line up. That's a miss. Oh, that's why. Da-da-da. Yo, how's it going? We love to see it. This is backcountry, right? Pain and injustice has occurred. It's the angle. So we'll have to figure out something else. I'm not going to sit on that right now because that's literally not even in the image. So we're going to wait on that. Have a brainwave later. Good to see you. How you doing? This is what we look like on YouTube. In our 1440p glory. This is our this is our third full-length stream, really, on YouTube. We're doing it. First time on YouTube. Well, Serotonin says that the chat interface sucks, so I'm sorry if it sucks. If you're on a computer, it's probably all right, from what I understand. Yeah. So, in the image, are we okay with me making these just even windows? Is that acceptable? That's why I said it steps back. Logistically, it has to, so it has a better chance to line up. Yeah. I'm not really sure what we'll do. I mean, to your point, are you saying like are you saying like this? Was that even the right angle? I don't think it is. No, it was. How many is it? 2.5? I think that's what you're saying. I'm not really sure, to be honest. It's so hard to interpret on chat. Okay. So that is the wrong angle. Okay. Yeah, it's like a Viking ship, ironically. It's like a boat. You know, I happened to see a YouTube video, Antler Carver, today on my, well, I saw it on my suggesteds. Apparently Valheimians had some sort of build contest. I wasn't even aware. I know that they run those once in a while, but I didn't, there was one that had just happened that I was unawares of. Okay, so unfortunately, according to this, it's not all square. It's like... Can I just make them square? Is that alright? Is that unacceptable? That's so beefy. I don't like it. Okay, I'm gonna consider altering that. It's just too much shit in the way. Okay. So we've got... You know what's interesting is it appears as if in this image, the railings that I'm using like block off. It like weirdly blocks this off in the image. Like there's railings there. Like that's just the truth. I don't make the rules. That's it. Tear it all down and start over. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a catastrophe. But this is all square now. I mean, in regards to that, obviously this is a problem, but yeah. It's unrealistically bothering me that the gray dwarf, boar, and deer are still alive. I can help you with that. Look, this is Serotonin's fault. I didn't choose the violence. I was merely instructed. Merely instructed. Okay. I would like to say out loud that roughly this is the same interpretation as what should go here. Technically, one of the windows is a little longer on one side. And I'm afraid to execute that because it will look like I just did it wrong. You know what I mean? Like this window is categorically longer than the other. So if we do that, put a couple spacers in there. You know, with those creeping out too much. There we go. This window needs to be bigger than this one. So then we can put maybe 2 or 3 here. And that should be smaller than that one. That's what the picture says. I don't make the rules. Fun fact, I just got a text message from Xfinity saying you might be experiencing issues with your internet due to storms in your area. I mean, I'm pushing 40,000 bitrate to you guys right now, so we're going to pretend that everything's fine. And everyone's chill. Nothing's a problem at all. So, obviously we had that drop in the beginning, which I think is unrelated. But just putting it out there for you guys. If I start dropping frames, holler at me. And then I will do nothing about it because of the internet. But I'll do my best. It's always good to know when you guys can't see me. We leveled up, guys. Don't you worry. I think I had forgotten. What on earth? What in tarnation? Oh, I get it. I'm making mistakes. I forgot that in one of the updates, they added building as a skill. Is that correct? And I haven't played in a long time. And so that's why I'm leveling the way I am. It's because I'm gaining skill as a builder. You lost powers for 2 hours in 2025? Wow. That's actually nuts. I'd be like, imagine losing power in 2025, you know? It's absolutely insane. Okay, so here's the weird thing about this. So it's the AI image is doing this, and it is saying, sir, I require stuff like this. And then it do be, like it matches this. Now, of course, the caveat here is that this is atrocious. I mean, those are the rules. Yeah. Okay, so we got those two pillars. I have to, if I was a betting man, I would say that there is a concrete pillar that goes in here to match the other accoutrement. So we will do that. If I were to be building this, I fear I'd have a 44-meter front facing. Look, I used to get those. They say we had an outage and I was streaming 6 Twitch channels and watching. Look, I mean, I'm pushing a lot of bits in the rate. And we're fine, so I'm just going to hang on to that dream. Two hours also, man, you guys are just having things happen. Deck line looks square. Like this. I don't really know what you're... Honestly, I'm just going to keep going. I don't really know what you're saying for sure, but this feels correct. And this feels like the correct angle in the image to me. Everything... I actually... What I've built here, I feel like is what I see. So I'm going to keep going. I could be wrong, but this feels reasonably accurate. Oh, we hate to see that. There we go. We don't love to see this popping up the front here. I might have to fix that. Do we care about that? Question mark. We're going to do this. Nope. And this is wrong. Like categorically it has to be because it doesn't just stop. Oh yeah. We hate this right here. Oh no. No. Is there a way to avoid that? Because I don't like that one bit. Yes. There it is. Much better. Okay. This and this appear to mimic something similar to this. Once again, I think there are some choices to be made here due to the fact that we cannot see it. I actually think the hardest part of this build is most certainly going to be us putting the roof together in some stroke of luck. I am good with roofs though, not in like a braggy way. Roofs work for me eventually. I don't always have the right ideas or even good ones, but I have to say roofs do be working for me one way or another. And I don't even think you guys can disagree with that, because you've seen, even when I didn't know what I was doing, somehow my roofs would work. I'm going to have this one slightly bigger than this one. I think that's organic and appropriate given the patterning. A lot of storms locally. I went shopping. Yeah, everyone's just having their shit kicked in by the sounds of it. Sorry about that, guys. I have moved to a place where things are far more predictable. I was in a place that was rather spicy. More volatile, than where I am now. I think my favorite part of the move that I did is that my streaming room is identical to what it was before. You know? Like, I'm like, according for you guys, I'm in like an identical room from what I always was, which is rather enjoyable. Okay, my only objection to myself is that I think I want to lower the line. Let's see how this looks. To level the line of sight on these windows. I think I like that. It also kind of nicely frames this a little bit better than it was in regards to my self-placed beams. Yeah, I think that looks better. I stood outside and listened to the... You know, I've seen several tornadoes touch down in my lifetime. For surely. Okay. So, for those of you who have clicked on the Imager link in my description and are looking at this, there are 2 pillars right here that assist with the awning of the deck. And I don't know if I want to use them. Because if I do this, it just looks so busy so quick. And it just loses all depth. So I'm considering using a different material or leaving it out. So just communicating my thought process, and we will continue and try to figure out what we want to do. I think it's fair to, at the very least, connect some of these for when we inevitably put a roof on this. So we'll see how that goes. Obviously this is awkward right here. And I don't even think I want to do anything with it. This one I think I will. For now. I might take this down. That also like weirdly doesn't work, and that makes me nervous. Why isn't that even? That freaks me out. We don't like that. Well, that'll be a problem later. Okay. We need to make a 3rd floor still, believe it or not. So at the very least, to start that, I'm going to start throwing my main iron beam supports where they exist currently. And I think there's one here. Yes. Antler Carver, are you listening right now? Question mark? Because I have a question for you. I think there's iron beams on this. There you are. Go with that. I was going to ask you, Antler, if you've heard of anyone doing the idea I was talking about earlier, but I don't know if you heard of it, or heard me talking about it. I'm doing like a modular build system idea. Essentially. Or like, what I'm going to try and do is get into blueprints a little bit. And because I have, you know, basically my membership on YouTube, like if you buy my membership, it gives you access to my blueprints. And like I said, I got to figure out how I want to disseminate those or control that. But one of the things I'm working on, which may flop monumentally, it's going to be the most work I've ever done, and it probably won't go anywhere. But I'll show you guys it in a second, actually, to take a break from this. But you'll have access to my modular base system, essentially, and it's all these interconnected parts. And what I was going to ask you is if you've heard of other people doing that or not. I haven't done like an insane amount of research, but I don't think people have done that. I need some rhyme and reason on how to share and or not share my blueprints coming up. Because like I said, I think I just have to accept that at some point people are going to take my blueprints and just leave, but that's okay. I just need to figure out, do I want to have all of them available all the time, or like every month I have like a different set of blueprints available, so forth. If you get where I'm coming from. This antler, this might end up being how we want it anyway, so. Because I think I can hide this now to our previous discussion about this offset. 9byte and Drakkar did that for RPG World. I know they did, yeah, I know they have stuff for RPG World. I wasn't sure, maybe I should look into more of what they did. Because I know of the RPG World, and I don't know of anything relevant to what I just said. So that's interesting. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me if Facade does. I know they all do the blueprint thing. I wasn't sure if they all did the... Like, a modular building system is something I have not come across before, so thought it would be kind of cool. Because it's one thing to say, like, here's my, here's my blacksmith house. Take the blueprint, put it in your world. Like I'm doing that also, like eventually, like either by request or otherwise, I'm going to blueprint most of the things from my builds in my YouTube videos so people can use them. But I thought it would be cool to like kind of have like a Build-A-Bear workshop kind of thing, Where like you can take my modular build pieces and make whatever, like you can, randomly connect them in different ways and create different bases. Anyway. My thoughts. But yeah, I'll, the names that you just said are all the names, so I will, maybe I'll do some further investigation. Granted, I want to do that, so I'm still going to. I just didn't know if I was doing something too impeding on someone's existing content, essentially. In hindsight, I should have made these in black, I think. I think this is pretty... Oh, hello? I think this is pretty accurate to the image, question mark. I've seen similar things in old console games with build systems. Yeah. I just thought it'd be cool, I think the only... Maybe I shouldn't even do this. Maybe I should just straight up... Being a goose, I think the truth is this. I think that's the truth. Maybe even one more. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, it is definitely this, though. Well, I'm glad it's not a completely foreign concept in whatever way or other. So, well, I'll figure it out. It is way harder than it should be, for what it's worth. Oh, that's so close. I'm trying to clip this to one of these. Yeah. There we go. I'll keep working on it. And like I said, I'll show you guys in a few minutes. Like I said, I'm going to put so much work into it, and then no one's going to... I mean, like, I'm not really a YouTuber that people would probably pay to be a member of. That's completely fine. But why not, shoot my shot, I guess. Can't say I didn't try. It's very new to me, but I wanted to give it a whirl. Maybe if I can keep building my channel and have more to offer, people will do it. You never know. Time Splitters 2. Oh man, what a throwback. Time Splitters 2 modular build system. Yeah. Dude, that was a banger of a game. For what it's worth. Antler, you should do it. You're always building something crazy. You know, that's going to work surprisingly well, I think. Hold on. Oop. I hate that that's 6. That game is great. Real good. True? It is. Okay, we're going to leave this here. I'm going to stop digging into this. We're going to detail that in a little bit. Nope, I lied to you just now. Because I think it does have a forward-facing pattern. Like that. That is in front of. Yeah. All right, everyone relax. Gizmo mod is an option here because I want a thinner look to this. However, it won't work. So, this is tricksy. Because if I use the Gizmo mod to rotate this, it's just shy of... What does that look like? Doesn't really do what I need it to. I can't tell if I hate that right now. Like from a continuity perspective, I think I might hate that that doesn't line up. What if I did that? That's universal at least. There's a pattern to that. Let's do that for now. Okay. So then the other part of the roof or building is here. You know, this is where my brain is tricking me a little bit, but I do think I may have done a bamboozle or two. But we're going to commit. We're going to commit to this, and it's like kind of wrong. If I'm being honest, I think it might be kind of wrong. I don't know how many of you are going to be... How many of you are hollering at me from your couch cushies over there? We're going to give it a try. Hello? I think we're all right though. Because also, man. You know, the only other thing I haven't considered while building this was the origin point of the second awning, which I feel like is here, which is incorrect to that window height. So we might modify that. That's okay. Because I think this is the correct... I think this is the correct window or height in regards to our awning situation. I think that feels right. Lurk? Can you lurk here? Yes. I mean, that's what most people do on this. I mean, I think YouTube's like the home of lurking, frankly. Maybe I can go one. I don't know. Okay, we need to make a decision. I need to commit. So, if I were to do, I think a 45 is too far. But if we were to agree that this is the corner, and I were to do something for that, and we were going to commit to this being where the awning corner is on our image. And I was going to keep on keeping on with that. For funsies, how badly has this clipped? Hello? Can I have a snap point? Bueller? Okay, obviously not great. Okay. However, this isn't corner out. It just like goes. It just vanishes. Because it's AI. So we might cheese that for now, and we'll come back and remedy it. I did my first lurk and nothing changed. Yeah, I could do the one beam. I mean, I'm debating, Antler, like what I want to do with my build frame. And I'm trying to get I'm trying to get the depth. Like this is pretty much right. This is right. I'm trying to get a handle on, I don't know, the feel of this. Like I don't want to build too much more and realize that like the depth of the awning is completely wrong. So I'm going to throw some things together. And see what happens. I cannot see that. I definitely destroyed that and then nothing happened. I'll just turn my phone off. Be back. All right. Oh, man. All right, how insanely stupid does this look? Oops, sorry. I put a corner. I made a goof. That's okay. The AI, I forgot the AI image was AI imaging. This is where our... I'm just going to do that for now for touch points. And we'll figure out what it actually calls for in a second. Okay, so the question really is, if we're looking at the AI image next, I'm gonna cheese just a little bit. I'm gonna raise the next level up 1. And I'm going to do it over here too. And this might bite me in the ass. I'm not sure. Because if those of you who have clicked on the imager link and are looking at this, there's a part right here. The next piece of the building juts out right here. Like here. And it's kind of like a little build out. Is that too tall? That's better. Okay, so I got to bury this one in there a little bit more. So I'm trying to finesse that a little bit. Oh, you hate to see it. We're going to have to do it like that. Okay. And it does come out of this awning, so I think that we're not, like, barbarically off here. We're not doing terrible. There we go. I'm going to keep that in place for now. I think in the image, this corner lines up. Like in the image, this is, it's almost like that. Nothing crazy deviant. I think we just stick with it. But if I were to do this really quick. Hello? I think the question is, what do I let happen here? Ugh, oh, that's close. Okay, let's start building it out and see if I can make this a little bit better than it is. So if I were to let this go one more, how high does it go? Okay, so we can, look, this is a family-friendly event. We can let this clip into the building and pretend that everything's fine, right? I think so. What is occurring? I need this to be even. We can all still be friends, right, if this happens? Oh, did I, this is already uneven, wasn't it? Which is fine. But we learned on our last version of this that it's okay for things to not be perfect. The real question is what I should actually do with this. Genuinely, this is actually quite accurate to a degree. Nope. Where'd that go? LOL. So right here, there's like one little pillar, and then there's like a little window. Oh, that's a tough clip. I gotta do that 20 more times. Sick. We love to see that. You shall not pass, says Valheim. Okay, let's make this easier on myself temporarily. Because we're just trying to get a little square window. Like that. And that little part does all that stuff. That is accurate. And then the AI weirdly shaped deck continues out a little bit there. So the biggest travesty here is this. And I do think, to be honest, I might have a solve. Anyway. I just broke something else. What did I break? Okay. I have ideas. I might make this... Nope, don't break. Please, thank you. Please. I think I need to make this a 1 meter. Or a 2 meter. And I don't know how that'll... If I only do it outward, is that going to get goofy? How stupid is that going to look? I'm going to try it. And we'll see what happens. It's closer. Because, I mean, essentially, maybe the other option is that I follow through with this, and then I try to adjust the building itself. So that's all good. That's actually way, way, way closer. I think that might be it. I think that's damn close. Let's lock that up a little bit and take a look at it. So from here, there's a set of windows. And we can't see the sides, so we are going to wrap the... We're just going to fill that in. Sick. Okay. This is looking okay. I think, unless I've catastrophically miscalculated, this is actually looking all right. One of my questions for myself is how this will look on the way down. Because we're going to cheese this roof. For those of you who don't know, we're mimicking an AI image that randomly generated a Viking Log Cabin. There's an imager link in my description. If you'd like to pull that image up, it's also my current thumbnail. When we do these, we don't necessarily build anything other than what is seen in the image, and sometimes we have to take some creative liberties. One of the creative liberties is going to be that this roof clips into the building. And it's nothing catastrophic, but we aren't going to be living in this building, so it's okay. But if you're wondering why you hate me and how terrible everything is, that is the answer to your quandary. How's it going, Minnie? Good to see you. I think that's Minnie, right? I'm doing my best at remembering all of your guys' not Twitch names. I think I'm doing a good job. Who knows? Over the years, we've had a lot of different names, different places. All right, Minnie, check this out. You're the first person who would know what this is. So I launched my memberships on YouTube. It's like a Twitch sub. I'm gonna do a test membership because I don't even know if they work, but check this out just because you might recognize it. Do you remember that taco sign from Mixer?
This is a test YouTube membership.
Hey Brian, stop yelling at me. You see that? That's the original. So for those of you who don't know, 6+ years ago when I started streaming, that was my original follow alert. It was the Taco Bell ding and that little taco waving. And I was able to refine that in my old computer files. and I used it as my new, whenever someone becomes a member of my YouTube channel, that's the alert. Anyway, super cool. LOL, that's nice. Thanks, Thosis. Thosis? I'm going with Thosis. Tiger, yours is easy. To be fair, like I said, I've done this long enough off and on where, like, I usually know all your guys' names somewhere, somehow. You know? Oh, okay. Am I going to hate that? I'm going to hate that. That's okay. We're not going to use the clipping point. We're just going to go for it. That would be correct. How you doing, Thosis? Hope you're having a good evening. I am, some thrilling content over here. We are building this AI Viking Log Cabin, and I am doing my very best. Which may or may not be enough. We are finding out right now. One of our other AI images that is ready to go is like a couple tree houses in the woods that looks like the swamps. So that might be the next one we do as well. A little bit of taco luck right there. Tell me that isn't perfect symmetry. Imagine. Just winging it. Love me some log cabins. You know, from my Valheim building lore, that is one of the first things I built. We had a community world when I first started being introduced to Valheim and all the people and you know, members of that community. And one of the first things I built was a cabin. It's a good one. Hello, stop flying like. Sorry, hello. Sorry, I got scared. It's fighting. There we go. This could get interesting because I don't know if I can properly. That's so close. I'm having a short break from watching True Detective Season 1 for the first. Holy shit, it's good. I might have to check that out. I'm a fan. You know, look, I don't know if this is a hot take. You know what needs another season? And granted, it is what it is. Mindhunter? Anybody? On Netflix? Mindhunter. Hello? Why did that get canceled? Anyway, sorry. Just needed to render an opinion. One of the ideas I was playing around was with Ewok Village from the movies. Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah. When I was going through ideas, that was one of them, was like places that are known or fantasy places that are known and or AI images. And obviously I chose AI images for now. So yeah. What are we question marking over there, do you think? A little bit of another cheese going on here, folks. I'm going to need you to slowly walk away from the cheese. You don't see it. It's not there. You don't see the cheese. Actually, that turned out quite nice. Fight me. I mean, if we want to be fine. For the continuity police, we'll do that. I think it's coming back. What? Yeah, Thosis. Mindhunter. It's slow, but it's when the FBI created the the unit that investigates serial killers and why they do what they do, essentially. It's like the story of when they invented the unit, essentially. I think that's correct. All right, let's finish our thought over Mjolnir and see what happens, because we have some choices to make. Oof. Okay, I'm going to take a creative liberty. For the sake of the memes. The memes, my lord, the memes. Okay. The FBI needs to investigate Taco for the murder of this build. LOL. Rude. Look, I think this is going swimmingly. So there. So as I said, now that this is in place, I think, yeah, now that's the right height now. You know what we could do? We could use a little ashen piece. Hello? You know, we could do this. We could, because there's a little awning with like a... Of course, this game doesn't have the flowers or whatnot. But it, you know, it do be... It do be accurate. Oh, that's so close. I hate it here. Yes. Square or not square? That's the question. That's pretty damn close. See if we can throw this guy on there. And now that that's been used, let's do it like that. Throw another one there. Hello? Okay. Look at it. Pretty good, right? Since there's haters in the building, we're going to have to step up the game a little bit here, you know? Do we have Of course, Valheim's never heard of anything like a plant. Everything's in the ground when it's up to Odin. There you go. All right. Okay, so from this perspective, it feels like, for like just the sake of what I'm going to build here, we're going to the Odin's mod again to grab this, because oh, that's awkward. Essentially, yes, it's all coming together now, friends. It's your boy. Tell me that isn't actually legit, please. This is, look, it just, sometimes Taco Luck is just a live action thriller. Is all I can say. Turnips and brute trophies, true. Jacko turnips even. Yeah, you're probably right. Okie dokie. Trying to get the scale of how I want that. Yep. Okay. Wow. Look, things are happening. Okay? Things are happening. I'm very proud of me right now. It's not going to look how I want it to. At some point tonight, I might ask you guys what we want to do with the windows. We have a lot of options, and if we were open to using Odin's mod, we could use that. Otherwise, I could simply use ashwood pieces to start like building like somewhat of a framework around the windows to add some depth, or we could just leave them like this. There's definitely a lot of action that could be taken to make that feel like something more. Okay. Live action taco? Yeah, you heard it here first. I think one of you said, hey, don't worry about this roof part too much because it do be dubious. Or that it's weird. So I'm going to try and take that advice as I etch-a-sketch my roof frame to figure out what we want to do with it. Because I do believe that all we're looking for is that, right? Yup. Oh, well, hypothetically, the one on the left is taller. Question? Do we care about that? I need an opinion, please. The left arch that I'm building is bigger in the... It's bigger. Damn it. Okay. Maybe we do a full... Here. What if we... What if we do that? Done with Twitch? Tizzle Bizzle, how's it going? I'm not, no. I've seen a lot of success on YouTube with my Valheim content. And I came up with a, YouTube. First of all, I can stream in 1440, and I do like that. But I'm really a big fan of how YouTube does its live streams where they become VODs when you're done with the stream. And so I kind of planned out this whole idea of doing like build to the AI image of a thumbnail. And it's like super in line with my content on YouTube. So I wanted to do that here. Thought it might be cool for people who have subscribed to me and gotten to know me through my content here to like watch me actually build in real time. So that's what I thought I'd try. Well, yeah, I appreciate you stopping in. Did you, just happen to run into me, basically, is what you're saying? Oop. We'll go with that. Okay, now I need to start thanking. I think I like that. Weezer don't like this. That's okay. We'll give it a go. Haven't been subscribed on YouTube for a while, but it seems my algorithm always pushes our other channels up top. You know, I am not a channel that YouTube would probably advocate for very aggressively. So I appreciate you coming to check it out regardless. I am not an importante channel, you know, so that feels right. That may not be the right choice right now. I also might see if I can... Hello. That's not how that should have gone. I'm going to try and hide this a little bit for the aesthetic of both looking similar. Yeah, that's good. If I didn't know any better, it seems as if the AI is suggesting the left roof of that leftmost gable continues backwards to form the bottom of the main roof. Yes. Yes. I think these now actually line up in that way where we can do like, I don't know if it's this and then, you know, kind of vibes. I know it's about to break. I'm just cheesing, but like, you see what I'm saying? Is that, I think that might be what you're getting at. To be honest, I know it. I think we knew that this roof was going to be an absolute disaster. So we're going to have to figure this out as we go, for surely. But I do believe that that's what should be happening right there. I think we reach, like, certain levels of disaster quite soon in regards to the sacred geometry of this building. I think it's about to get complicated, so we'll have to figure that out. But that's part of the fun. Alright, we go back to Gizmo. And we drop this guy. Oh, it's going to be different this time. Right. You know what? I don't need to... Ugh, I hate that. Because there isn't a clip right there. Okay. Well, then we'll do this. Just gotta remember... Gotta get this to work. There we go. It's not square. Raise it a little. Not square. Right. There. Okay, and then the last thing we did, if I'm not mistaken, won't work on this one. No, well. Just doesn't look as good. Just doesn't work the same. Yeah, this is going to get spicy for sure. It's okay. I mean, I think I just leave that for now. Also, I'm a goose. It doesn't even do this. I mean, it pretty much just... Hello? Oh, that sucks. I'm gonna have to... it's kind of a... That's kind of awkward, because this is not exactly enough. So maybe I can do this. Okay, that just doesn't work for me. Try, this is close to what we want. Maybe this is going to be better. But don't worry, guys. Now we can swim, or now we can use our boat very quickly. Oh, this actually might allow me to... That is more accurate to the true form of this. And then if I put that in there to help. There it is. Okay, and then at the back, which is seemingly... Yeah, we need to... fill this in without peeking. Do that. Tizzle, I don't know if you're still here, but what, if you are, what games have you been playing? I'd love to know what you're doing. That was a guess. Oh, it's just slightly off. Yup. The other one doesn't have one of those. Look, if I do say so. Not bad, right? What do we think? If you have the imager link in my description, click on it real quick. It is the AI image that we're trying to build. And I think, so far, that this is not terrible. I don't know. Valheim, when I get a chance, been running a map with a buddy of mine. Oh, cool. Are you running any mods or anything? Not terrible at all. Thanks. See? Some validation at last. Yeah. Okay, so I'd say most certainly one of the harder points here might be that we need to... I don't need to live and die by this. I'm going to try something to see what it does. From an angle perspective, do we have taco left? Stop it. We do not have taco luck. So, where does this leave us? We have a couple maps going. One has quite a bit of mods. It's always fun. It's always a good time. So, of course, I could make this work in a number of ways. I think the true question, I think the easiest way to do this is to probably get our true corner from here. Because that does overhang, as should be. So that feels correct. We're gonna have to finesse, but I think I'm on the. I think I'm on the right path. If I were to do it like this. In fact, this may even need to come out a full amount, because we're going to do a massive. This awning feels biggie. And I think in the image, is it flush with this or is it ahead of it? I think it's flush. Okay. So it's probably just there. So not biggie. That's what we're saying. Okay. She big, like tall, for sure. Let's start there. I don't really know. I should probably do a half on 2 of these so I can guide the next roof piece. Because this part is a little bit of an incorrect. So here's where it gets weird. Because this part of the roof frame starts there. If I were to just put a guide in here. I believe. It sticks out just as far as that. So yes, this. And the roof frame is this way. So I don't even need... I'm just going to do this for now, so I have a guiding point. I was just telling my wife that I watched you at nights when she was in the hospital for 31 days a couple years. Appreciate you streaming and playing Valheim during that time. I'm glad to hear that I was able to help in some way, and sorry to hear that that was happening. Thank you for sharing that. That's really... it's always cool to know. Like, I think... for someone like me, I don't stream to a lot of people very often, so you never know who you impact or what that means, you know, so I appreciate that. I am but a wee streamer, you know? Okay. roof is going to be a catastrophe. But this will be very interesting. Oh boy. Okay. I mean, the real... Yeah. I think this is the real answer, and I don't love it. I know, Tizzle, I know that I'm a pretty lurk-friendly streamer these days with my atmosphere and everything that I usually bring, so that it checks out. Like I said to you guys before, people used to call me the Bob Ross of whatever platform I was on, for sure. That is for certain. So here's where this is going to get weird. You know, it might not be as weird as I think. I might just have to do it to him. It's going to get a little bit fuzzy right there. Is the truth of that matter. You know what? I think I could fix that if my origin point started from here, right? Oh boy. I don't know. Is that true? If it started from here... Could I kind of finagle that better? Let me do some testing of that. Of course, if I do that, it won't fit over here, will it? Well, I didn't even do the correct thing over here. Let's try it. That's what we're here to do. Okay, so that is tricky. That's what that is. Okay, I have an idea, and I don't know if it'll work, because I've never done this before. I don't know if those actually present. I cannot see that. Is that a steeper angle? Yeah. Okay, let's try that. I'm fairly certain I might be one off. We'll try that. That's fine with me. I don't hate the idea of keeping it like this. I'll take a look at fixing it in a little bit. So I think... Oof, I'm supposed to do. I wonder. Can I afford to have this stick out one more? Like that? It would be... Oh, that's hard to think about. Hold on. I think that's right, though. Yeah. There we go. I just want to say out loud things I would never do if we were building the interior, okay? But we're listening to an AI-generated image that's just simply wrong about how things work. So this isn't real. It's all a facade. And we're all okay with it. I think we've all agreed. It'd be very rude if we suddenly didn't agree, you know? Just want to... Just putting it out there. I would say I did a pretty good job with that, but I'm also doing it, so that doesn't really seem fair. But that's better than I thought it would go. Okay. Let me do it from here and see if it connects. And it does. That's not bad. Okay. So, well, let's keep the thought alive. Let's keep going. Oh. Oh no. A goof has been made. No, it has not. Everything's fine. Imagine if these didn't line up. After all that work I just did. Whew, that would have been... Panic attack. I have a grievance with this building piece because it doesn't feel right. There's something about this connection point that just doesn't quite do it for me, and I can never fully, fundamentally figure out why I hate it so much. All right, well, this roof is living off a hope and a prayer right now. So we're going to have to do something about that. The other question... So here's where the facade kicks in. Because this is not... This roof does not reach the halfway point of the build. Yet. Maybe it does in one more piece. Maybe that's... but then again, this is the peak. So that would be the only wrong thing about this. Is categorically, this will not line up the way we need it to. If we were to like build the back of this kind of thing. So here's where things get tricky, yeah? Because we want to... essentially pretend that everything's fine. But does that even line up? Okay. The answer is yes. At this point, I don't know if this is taco luck or if I'm just, you know, good at this. I don't know. No Gizmo mod action to close that off. Take a quick break from the roof at the top just to throw a little bit of accoutrement on here. I'm not going to do that, I don't think. The whole zooming thing is so frustrating. By the way, Molly, you were right. It's definitely because, like, if I'm not pointed at a build piece, it doesn't like it. That is what it is. You are correct. I think you called that out one of the streams a while back. All right, so at some point we're going to have to make a call on what we want to do in regards to AI stuff. What I mean by that is we're going to have to make a call at some point that says, this is how much I'm willing to build and or make up and or sacrifice due to this being an AI image. Because I think we're about to reach critical mass on some things. There it is. I knew it was one of these angles. That's why I did that. For example, I do feel like we're about to run out of creative space on what we can or can't ignore in a second here on the back end. Like how to connect this, if we want to close this building off, if we just want to put a back on it, you know, all that stuff. That decision making is upcoming here. Just trying to round this corner and throw this piece on here. Well, that's interesting. Let me reevaluate my life. Maybe I just made a goof. Obviously that's fine. No issues from me on that. Doesn't bother me. That's actually quite accurate. Okay, so one of the things that happens for Shirley is out of this raise from the roof comes another kind of patio banister thing. So we will craft said thing. And it does appear as if it follows the angle. So let's go to our Odin's mod real quick. Grab our railings. And it does like weirdly stick out almost. Oh, that's so close. Okay. Let's cheese activated. Hello? Interesting. What will it clip to? Nice. That'll do. I don't really think I can modify that any more than that, so we'll leave that as is. Look, I'm not saying I'm nailing this, but like, hello? Oh, by the way, Minnie, are you you okay if I make you a mod? Obviously. I don't have any of those on YouTube, I realize. Okay. I know there's a way. Add as moderator. Can review and remove chat messages and hide and put users in timeout. There you go. I did it. You are a mod. Oh, you have a monkey wrench next to your name for me. That's actually kind of comedic. That's funny. Okay, if I throw a regular snap point down, is that going to stick through the roof? Let's find out. Oh, we hate it. We hate it. Okay. Yeah, I just don't. We will not have it. I hate to not clip it to anything, but I also... Okay, I have ideas then. How are we doing on clipping? We're good. If I do one more, we're clipping. Okay, so now we go... So hard to get this right. Woo! Now you're just drunk with power, you know? I will say, I think that's one thing I still have to get used to with YouTube is how quiet the chat is compared to Twitch. Per Serotonin's commentary, I mean, I think it is because it's... I think a lot of people are watching like on TVs or other devices. And with such a high quality of streaming available, it's much more enjoyable to watch on a bigger TV because it looks good. Trying to make this look as good as possible, and it is actually quite difficult. No. No, I did not do it again. Good. I tried YouTube on Roku. I found it a bit janky, to be honest. Yeah, there's I just have a YouTube app on my TV, which is wonderful for most things. And I do watch quite a few live streams and or recordings of live streams, and obviously I don't chat, so I am the maker of my own commentary right now. I don't love that. I'm gonna have to go the other side. But I guess like if you're watching on a computer, obviously, and you're at a keyboard, it doesn't matter if it's Twitch or YouTube because it's the same. I mean, it's just a keyboard and a mouse, I guess. I'm not sure I can get away with one more. Too bad there isn't just like a 1x1 for that. I think instead, I can focus on the pattern. Because this is going to be one of those Gizmo mod Chernarooskis. Oh, wrong buttons. Nope. I would like to hit the right buttons. I know what I'm doing. Oh, we have the ability to do the thing. There we go. Okay, perfect. Also, by the way, we've been live for 2.5 hours. In my head, I always said like I could do these in, what was it, 3 hours? I was like, we're kind of close. Obviously not perfect, but. All right, and then there's like a secondary. Oh, this doesn't exist. And above the rise line, like somewhere around here. The fact that that's squared up is hilarious. This was a free placed item. Okay, so I got to admit, literally in the AI image, this just ends like this. This little nub visibly ends with nothing else. It's literally in the image that way. And I actually don't want to do that. I want, maybe I'll like have it go up a little further so we can't see that it ends. The windows you mentioned before with the different mod, are they glass? I might have a glass window here. Yeah, I have a glass window. And I could probably use the Gizmo mod to untiltify them and use them in some way. But to be honest, I was thinking more of using... I haven't thought it through completely. I was just thinking of using different materials to like try and highlight the windows. You know, like this is an Odin's mod wood where we could like... I'm not doing this for real, but like we could make the windows pop like in 3D. You know? Like if that was an example. Obviously it's dog shit. You know what I'm saying. For like in this game, there aren't finite enough pieces to make window frames, like without glass, you know? Like just something where I could make a cross on all the windows, like as if they were paned. That doesn't necessarily exist in this game. And there are some neat things in some of the mods where we could explore it. And there's also a nice little shield that goes right here. That's not big enough. It's not big enough, but it's there. You know what I could do? Check it out. We could put down a workbench. Or actually, I could just... Can I just craft a super dank shield? We could probably do that. I have different mods on right now where like I have 1 million random shields. I'm sure I could craft one. I don't know where they all are. Hello? Like for example. I would need a item stand, I guess, huh? for funsies and examples. Huh? Doesn't Odin's hammer have skinny beams? You mean this scroll right here? Is there another crafting item, or is it? I think it is this, right? If it does, I'm not seeing it, or I'm being a goof. One of the two. I know you use it more than I do, Big Al, to be fair, so. Okay, one of the other things we need to build still. Well, let's throw another one of these up and see how it fares. There's a chimney up here too, and I'd like to say fuck that chimney. Don't know what you guys think of that opinion. I'd love to know what you guys think of the commentary of fuck that chimney, because we certainly could. Okay. You know? Oh. It was close. I wasn't. Okay, so I think the answer is that. Sea serpent trophy too big? No, I could probably use that as well. It has thin beams, which work great for Odin's Kingdom mob, maybe. Oh, maybe I don't have the kingdom part on. I might just have the Odin's. I can check. I don't know if I have kingdom activated or not. Absolutely hate that you can see that. Can I do the opposite? Can I clip it? I won't be able to get away with this one. I think that's acceptable. That's pretty good. Okay. So we have our thingy, we have our little window. I'll be very honest, I don't actually know how to overcome what we're doing with the roof right now. It's going to be a thing. And you might need to think about that. I think at some point here we have to commit. I think now's the time, chat. I think now might be the time. I think we need to commit to a couple situations to figure out what's good. Unfortunately, the time has come. We have avoided said things. We can avoid it no longer. We might actually still need those, but... Yeah, Big Al, I've been meaning to eventually do a build with the castle pieces that I currently have in my build hammer. But they're so big, it's almost like too predictive. If that makes sense. Like they're so large, you can only do so much with them. But I haven't actually done it, so I kind of want to. All right, so I think if it isn't evident, pretty much all we're going to do on this end of things is make sure that we have a wall. I don't think we're going to get cute. I think we're just going to try to make everything work. Those deers are angry at my proposition. Yeah, I thought about doing a castle build on stream here at some point. Hello? There we go. That could be nice. One of my Let's Build pre-made thumbnails I made is a little audacious. It looks like a Disney castle. And it's like in the distance, so I guess it gives me a lot of creative freedom. You could think of it that way. That Odin's hammer has wall. Yeah, that's fair. At least in this case, I didn't want to, I didn't want to cheat too much. But yeah, that's good. That's a good call out for future reference. Okay, so this is not going to work. I just wanted to check it. Okay. So, if I do my... Give me a couple seconds here. Let's see. Imagine. Imagine. Okay, so the only thing that doesn't stand true to that is that, this doesn't work. And I actually think I could remedy that, mayhaps. I don't know. I think that's a thinking point right there, is what do we do with that? Because of course the other option, I don't even think I can build it fast enough before, yeah, that's way shallow. I don't even think that doesn't work, right? No. Well, the problem is I can easily connect the roof this way. But I've made it, unfortunately, if you look at the image, this is the peak right here. So if I connect it up here, now this isn't tall enough. If that makes sense. Because, I mean, if we're going off my own logic, I should have to, you know, essentially peak it at a different spot. So, yeah, I mean, technically, excuse me, this is my build site. I mean, there's 100 other options I can do, I guess. Realistically, the answer is we need to come off of this thing. Like, the easiest, the one and only option, I guess, is to build it as is and try to cheese it somewhere. And I don't know if the answer comes from trying to build out from here, which is why I'm giving that a go right now. Because if I stay true to what exists, I don't know, maybe it will guide me. Because for fun, if I find that path really quick, bear with me, this is going to look like crap, but... No, it still does it. Because we need this to end here. We knew the roof was going to be the hardest part, so that's okay. So the other option is to build off of that connection point. Like that. Cool. All right, so it's just about finessing this corner, which is fine. But the truth is, whatever comes of this is where it needs to go. And I think, unfortunately, that might be... I don't know if it's that much in. It might be. No. That's weird that that doesn't inevitably... It's because the peak is one shy. That's the real problem. We've made an egregious error. I hate that that won't stay anymore. Because I need it to. That's really annoying. I guess the only option I didn't think about was... Bruh. Okay. I mean, I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Let's sample this a little more, see how it turns out for us. Double connect. See that it all clips the way I think it does. It does. All right, so for our purposes, that do be working. It's not pretty. I'm going to build this out temporarily just to get an idea. Man, that's tough. Okay. Obviously just messing with stuff at this point. Just to see what works and what doesn't. I need to be able to free clip this real quick. Gonna give that a try. I don't know, I'm conflicted on just maybe getting that done. That might be a good idea. Hello? Can I have it? Brother. It doesn't like that something else is clipping to it, I think. There we go. Good call. Why not, right? Look, this might be one of the more ugly roofs I've ever done. I don't really, that's it, that's the whole statement. I'm not going to keep it like this. I'm just, I need to get some thoughts in order here. But this is tough. I cannot lie. Okay, maybe the opposite is what I'll do here. Hold on. I mean, this isn't part of the video, right? It's just there. This is the beautimous part. This is everything we want it to be. This is wonderful. Good job, me. Well done. What an excellent execution of the topic at hand. Yes. Why are you struggling? Excellent work, me, and then not so much on the other part. This is awful. Awful. But it is what it is. I can refine that a little bit later. For the sake of the mission. We shall persevere. Oh, it looks like on this side maybe we did a whole thing. And we'll see if that even remains a truth. It doesn't. That's going to get even more complicated, and that's okay. All right. Well, we knew it wouldn't be pretty. Oops. I really should invest in the no dust mod. It's so dumb. Like when you're trying to place pieces more rapidly. And it just gets in the way. I don't even know if how far I want to take the end piece. Okay. Yeah, Minnie, could you imagine if my game crashed? For what it's worth, the fix is I bought 3 new things for my computer and rebuilt it after the last set of crashes. And we have not, knock on wood, had one yet. So I genuinely think the parts that I bought and replaced were actually the right ones, which is pretty cool. So I'm pretty sure that I could in fact do this. It'll look pretty on one side. That's a brutal look. Like, hey, this doesn't exist, chat. It's not even there. This part of the roof is brutal. It's like comedically bad. But it is simply there to amuse. Man, I don't even know. I hate it so much. I don't think I've ever made an uglier roof in like the last year of my life. I've certainly made them before. You guys know that, but not anymore. I am reformed. That is obviously better. Getting there. Dang. It's a little bit touchy. Okay, I'm going to leave that for a second and come back to it. We still have a lot to do on the... Well, what do we have down here? How does it look on the window situation? It doesn't really tell us, so this is a creative liberty moment. So let's do that. And we will add a couple windies. That'll do. Okay. Excellent. Let's go ahead and see if we can fill this in. This is the egregious part for not clipping. I'm going to fill in as much as I can with this one piece first. Yep. Okay. I can't tell. Am I doing okay? I think so. The depth of it's really hard to gauge. Cool. I can only manage one more of these. Bah. Probably can get away with a little bit of a better effort on... Yeah, that'll be okay. This is tough. Alright, so do I care about adding just the one little guy right there? Okay, we'll go right there. It's really tough with that stupid tile. Nope, that's not a word that we could use for this. The shingle that's in there is not kind. I'm not sure. There's a non-clipping option for this one at this point. See if I can give it one more try. Sir, respectfully, I need you to go away forever. That's not going to work. I don't even know how I actually figured that out the first time. Alright, so this one has the same pattern as this. Ironically, it has a piece broken off of it, and I'm going to ignore that because I don't want it to look like I got it wrong. It's a little tough that it's doing that. So I'm going to Gizmo mod myself a little bit of freebie. I do a nice little thing like that. That's kind of neat. Okay. And then it also has the thing where I gotta find center somewhere. Do that. Okay. Another chimney. Look, I don't want to do it. For what it's worth. I think before you got here, I was like, you know what I don't want to do? A chimney. Thinking about not doing it. I am going to do the two. This looks pretty damn good, guys. Look, it is like we're not talking about the back of the. We're not talking about the roof at the back. But this do be looking all right so far. Like, I am genuinely surprisingly impressed with myself, which is, everyone, be nice. Bear with me, I have a plan. I'm trying to get some symmetry by building a frame. Let's see how dumb it looks if I were to... love it. But it does do the trick. That's really weird that it won't simply... It like won't do its job. There's too many clipping points. It's like mad about it. I wanted to give it to somebody. That's close. I want to make it feel just a little... There we go. We're going to ignore that there's shingles back there, obviously. Not bad. Okay, so other than the chimney, we've got our pillars. Oops. There is... I like the Grouston stair looks a little better. So there's a dock that I'm going to attempt to start looking at here. So there's a stairwell that comes down right mule. What's weird is it feels like there's a railing situation here, but not here. And the railing situation continues. I need to get myself on this angle. There we go. We'll correct that in a second. Cool. Oops. Okay, cool. I'm not sure why this ends here, but it does, so I'm going to make that look like not a mistake, maybe. Okay. There's like 2 docks here. This is where the AI gets really weird. Or that it shows that it's AI. I'm kind of... This concrete doesn't exist in the picture. I'm just doing it to like square some things off. Okay. So once you get down to the dock, there's like a... We'll stick with the wooden beams. Just to start throwing it out there. It's hard to say what's actually happening because I don't think this is true to form. There's like an individual walkway. I don't know if any of you are looking at this image right now from the Imager link I have in my description, but I'm going to take a little bit of liberty on this. And try to make this work like logically. What's interesting is the boat slip, it almost appears to be like here. So, dangerous moves with a build in front of us. Doing a terrain tool with an entire build in front of me is logistically unwise. Kind of looks like the railings end because the boat is in front of and the AI couldn't think about it. Yeah. So instead, I'm going to make this a walkway. I'm going to make a boat slip that's like... here. And then do like the wider thing that it was calling for this way. So basically this is going to be where the boat goes. I think that feels... Yeah, I got some room. Okay. You know what Valheim could use? An undo button. I bet there's a mod for that. Okay. So we're going to do it that way. We'll frame it like this too. The other thing is there's a little hut over here that I've actually kind of got some organic terrain to play with to make that happen as well. So that'll be nice. Let's go ahead and square this and then we'll go from there. So, from what I can gather, this will be our unfortunate tides, but you know what? It's part of the charm. That feels correct, yeah? Like if we're looking at the picture from the building standing here. Like, this is why I picked this spot, because the trees on either side even frame this. Like, if this was the actual image, this is pretty damn close. I think this is pretty close. Okay, so now we're going to do a... The other one is wider, like this. Wonder for good measure. Should bring this out one more. Does this F5 repair all thing still work? Yeah. Okay. I guess in the image that is not there. That'll do. I don't know why it's in the sky. Hello? Why is the ship so high up? I can't even see it. Brother. Look at... Why is it doing that? Can this fit in there? I don't think so. Nope. Oh, that was a weird little lag moment. Oh, I gotta do the thing. This boat is weirdly shaped. Makes this trick hard. Ironically, like the default ship might be a better look. That's kind of funny. Oh, is this one of those things where I can't destroy a ship? I have to beat it to shit? Should we use a scythe? Apparently, apparently the scythe does no damage. I love how ships like can't just go away. It is ironic that I have the Odin ship mod, and the ship that looks closest to the ship in the image is just the default ship. Well, of course, without it being an enormous cool ship, I guess. And then there's a human standing here. Should we do something here? Like, should we be normal? Like, should we pretend that the robot understood the assignment? And give us humans a place to walk. I guess it makes it seem like there should be another thing right here. And it's not in the picture, so I'm not going to add one. But I could add like a skinny canoe boat right there, if we had to. Okay, so there's the dock. We still have a couple things to do with the building, but I am just, obviously we got to put the whole walls on the back, but I'm just doing some housekeeping up front, you know? Kind of I'm okay with the grass taking over the front a little bit. Okay. So let's throw together the back wall. Four of each. Not that it really matters. This is where I should have used Big Al's advice and just, apparently Odin's Kingdom has a build piece that's an entire thing of these. But I'm not trying to, I don't know, cheat too much, I guess. It's an interesting take on mods where people think that if you use them, like, you still don't have to be creative. It's really weird. People who, like, are adverse to mods think, it's like people who don't, it's like people, this is a really, probably an extreme take or extreme connection, but like people who think if you take steroids, you just become Mr. Olympia are the same people I feel like that get mad that, like, if you use mods, you're cheating. Like using a mod doesn't make you a good builder or make you creative or give you good ideas, you know? That's my, like, standing on it, I guess, is like, you still have to be creative. Obviously, comparing a video game and mods to steroids is probably uncalled for, but just saying. Looks like a place where you could play competitive Viking racquetball. That's very specific, and I enjoy that. I'm glad that the racquetball championships are just around the corner. What a relief. I made myself feel dirty today. I installed Torch's Eternal mod. There you go. Don't feel bad. It's good for you. Like, constantly farming materials to keep your lights on is, you know, a choice. For surely. It works like a charm. Yeah, it's a quality of life mod. Well, I think, to be honest, they all are. You know, it's like... like I said, I'm not trying to open up a can of worms. This is one of those things where it's like, the way people sometimes act about mods is so interesting to me. And obviously, I'd say my comment section on YouTube and all the other stuff is usually quite supportive and friendly. You get a couple weirdos. But the only comments that aren't either super friendly or harmful are people who have a pretty clear take on mods being like the build doesn't count, you know, kind of thing. And I just find that so interesting to hear from people on that. Because it doesn't make you creative or better. You just didn't have to go pickaxe 37,000 things, that's all. Farming to add lights on is a big bug for me. Eternal light is nice. No longer need to do chores to see at night in the game. Yo, HD, totally. Exactly. I think quality of life is a really good interpretation on mods in general. My current build probably has over 100 sconces. Oh, jeez. How are your frames doing? I rather feel productive than fill torches and cut trees down constantly. Deforestation simulator. Look, yeah, some of my OG worlds, some of my longtime viewers will let you know. It's like Fern Gully out there, man. It's crazy. I would just leave stumps like an idiot. We didn't like that about me. But there would just be like stumps on, like hillsides of stumps. It's pretty funny. Stumpy, exactly. Yeah. I checked them out today at the heaviest location. I hit 16.3k instances. That's probably what you meant, not frames. Or did you mean 16 frames, literally? I have a genuine, honest question, and I'm prompting it that way because I don't want it to seem like I'm fishing for things. Has anyone subscribed to me while I've been live tonight, like that's in here right now? Because I think I'm finding out that like I've gained subscribers since I've been live, even just from other videos. I don't know that my alerts work while I'm live, but I can't tell. I very much enjoy troll mining and clearing. Yeah. Okay. I mean, like, I'm not, like, that's not me genuinely, like, trying to get subs or whatever. Like, I don't think my alerts work. I'm pretty sure no one's, like, subscribed. No one's become a member, which costs money. I'd feel more bad if my member alert didn't work. Like, if someone paid $4.99 to be a member, I would feel upset if the alert didn't work. First time viewer liked the thumbnail, figured would hop in. Yo, thanks for, first of all, thank you for checking it out. And second, thank you for the input on the thumbnail. This is my third ever stream on YouTube. So I've been making content for Valheim on YouTube for just a little while now. With my builds that are in my channel and produced videos. So I thought I would do some lives. So I very much appreciate you checking it out. But anyway, YouTube being such a different beast, I don't know what alerts work and what don't, and how they do their thing. They're not working, the sounds at least. Go get them. Sick builds in the bit. Thank you. Never thought of trying AI builds. Yeah, it was just like a random idea I had. Thought it was one of my better ideas in a while, for surely. Yeah, I think the one thing I don't have on YouTube right now is it tells me my concurrent viewers, my chat rate, the number of views that have accrued. I don't think that it shows me... it doesn't show me like a... an activity page, you know, like who's subscribed and whatnot. I don't think that I have that. Oh, it does say new members 0, so that means no one's... Okay, so I have a member counter. I don't know about subscribers because that's just free. So I don't... That one I may just not know. Do you use the client? I stream through OBS, and I've done a large amount of streaming on Twitch in the past, so I have all of my alerts programmed, and you know, I'm fluent in that stuff. Just not on YouTube. Here, I'll HD, for example, I have my stream alerts literally right here. Here, look. If I test a subscriber alert, it's this. And then if I test a member alert, it's this. So they do be existing.
This is a test YouTube membership.
Jesus, Brian. Stop yelling at me. Forget about him every time. Yeah, so those are the alerts that are supposed to happen when people do the thing. I mean, it's very possible that no one's done the thing. It may also be possible that the subscribers I've gained since being live are from other videos, and somehow you only get live alerts. Like, it doesn't count, it doesn't track the views that are, the subscriptions that are collected through other videos. It only tracks live occurrences. I don't know. I'm making all of that up. But probably could have saved 20 instances by making these one long one. But my computer's made of hopes and dreams, so it doesn't matter. You may be able to check on your subscriptions in your dashboard. Yeah, I have, I can see that I have no new members, which is the paid one. And if I look at my dashboard, I have gained 4 subscribers since I've been live, but I couldn't tell you if they're from my live. That might be in my channel analytics when I'm done. I guess we'll see. Anyway, sorry, I don't mean to... Not trying to be too chatty Cathy on numbers and subscribers and stuff. Sorry, it's not my objective there. Hope that's all right. Just so much I'm learning about YouTube. I only became a YouTube partner like probably a month ago even, so maybe 2 months. I think I've only been monetized for like 2 months. Maybe it's been longer. I don't know. Yeah, I think so. The content section in my dashboard is separated into public subscribers and subscriber count. Yeah, I don't, who knows? I mean, I have my dashboard and I have, like I said, I've gained 4 subscribers since we've been live, so that's a fact. But I think we might be onto something that it's not from the live count. If I can somehow verify that people are subscribing while they're here watching and it isn't going off, then I'll have to figure out what to do. It's weird because obviously I'm testing it and it's working. So it's kind of like confirms that it does work. So kind of weird. Now the arduous journey of trying not to let this clip. Well, I subbed just now, like 2 minutes ago. Did we get an alert for you? I know I did my test ones. At least, I mean, I know that you're legitimately subscribed now. Did it, was there a visual on the screen? Because obviously I'd missed that more than the sound. Oh, the on-screen badge was there. Okay. Interesting. Did you guys hear the sound when I tested it? Interesting. We're out here learning. So for some reason... Huh. Okay. Well, that might explain it, because I obviously don't... I'm not looking at my OBS overlay, so if there's anything that hits the screen, you guys see it, and I'm likely to miss it. It's good to know, at least right now, that that's probably the case. Thank you for helping me troubleshoot. And HD, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. The reason I want it to work is I want to be able to thank people. I don't like having it seem like I don't care about that. This is going to get a little tougher. Cool. Probably not the first to experience this. I troubleshooted for a living. No problem. Thank you. Yeah. I don't know. I very much enjoy the stuff I've been able to do on YouTube when I can. I have a full-time job and a career, so I cannot always give all my time, or sometimes I feel like moments where I can push ahead and put out a bunch of content, and then, you know, the job catches up to me again or something. But considering my channel is all building in Valheim, this idea of this idea came through because, you know, with my brand being so specific to this on my YouTube channel, I didn't just want to like randomly go live over here in like weird ways. I wanted it to be, you know, still on brand. And obviously like survival crafters, I guess is what I'll call the brand for now. And so I came up with this idea of like, well, everything becomes a VOD after you're live on YouTube. It's like half times the live stream isn't really what hits. It's, you know, it's the VOD after you go offline. And so I wanted to make sure I produced high quality thumbnails with an idea in mind. And so my idea was every live stream was, let's build the AI image that's on the thumbnail. And I thought, well, if you've subscribed to me through my Valheim builds, that it was a perfect call to action. Is like, well, if you want to watch me build live and, you know, build exactly what's on the picture, then you can come get to know me, and it aligns with the content that's published. Might be opportunity for a high window on the corner in the left top corner. You might have to run that by me one more time. Do you mean up here? From this side, I am quite happy with this so far. surprisingly good, I feel like. I wonder if what that would look like. Yeah. We actually we have to build a damn chimney. So HD, if you end up wanting to check out my other two lives, were the first time I tried to do an AI image. Obviously, the part 2 is where I finish it, and there's chimneys on the buildings, and of course, because we're not building the interiors, which for what it's worth, in my community, I'm known for hating doing interiors. So we kind of don't have to do them in this series because obviously you're building a cabin and you're just building the picture, so I get away with it, which is kind of a meme. But yes, we've already talked about, like, do I have to do this damn chimney? And it might be a better option to do what you're saying, to do a sidewall chimney. Obviously, that won't be accurate to the image, and I'm not sure how I feel about what I want to do. Because the only other option is to just cheese a big thing through the ceiling. Because the chimney hits right here. Like, this is where the chimney's supposed to be. And I don't wanna. But I probably should. Ugh. So these are the important topics of our lifetime, you know? That's true. I'm not really invested in this floor at all. I just need to, I want to get it down so that you don't see through my windows into nothingness and literal dirt on the ground. We be Vikings after all. True. Yeah, at some point, HD, I don't know if you mentioned it already a little bit, but if you end up watching some of my bigger build videos, I'd love to know what you think of, you know, like my water temple and my hidden forest temple and some of that stuff. Obviously, I'm not getting cute with the flooring here either. Some of these, the only problem I have with this series I'm doing is it makes me seem like a rudimentary builder sometimes, I feel like. Because I'm not doing like the cutesy things with the floors. And I do have that in my back pocket, just not caring to do that with the mission at hand. Oops. Is this doing a thing anymore? No. You could build a wall halfway in. Oh, good point. Well, how dare you be so logical? I could have put a faux wall in, yeah. It's all right. To be honest, this is quite large and legitimately built. I just used iron beams. I'm not going to obviously put levels in here or do anything from that perspective. I don't usually engage with the community, but I definitely will take a look. I always like seeing other builds. I am often lacking in the house building imagination, even getting better over time. Yeah, it's I'm not even been playing Valheim that long myself. Um, I just have a lot of good builders in my orbit and have a creative side of my own that definitely benefits me in this instance. But as someone who doesn't usually engage with the community, I appreciate that you are doing that. That's super cool. I don't know what made you do that, but I really appreciate it. We're going to get a little silly with Gizmo here, I think. Just to mix it up. I wonder if I should do that along the tops. Your thumbnail, it worked. Hey, love to see it. Obviously the hardest part about this is these aren't actually square, they're just hand. These windows are just hand placed. I'll match that here. Oops. Here's where the hand placement does its thing a little bit. That's okay. It's not about those, just like we talked about on the last AI stream, it's like, this is a good exercise in letting go of those small details for me. We'll do one more on the back here. Or if I can actually place these. But yeah, it's good to know the thumbnail worked, man. I took a lot of time when I figured out I wanted to do this series. I definitely took a lot of time trying to do it right. I'm gonna say that's okay. Nobody notices. Nobody. Oh, nice. Yeah. Although I like this pattern because it faces like the entrance on the one side. So that works. You can see a different pattern there. Okay, so here's that question about what do we do with these windows? What would it look like? Those kind of look like shutters. Crystal glass and cross beams with ashwood. Yeah. Maybe, you know? Who knows? What just happened to my brain? Where the hell's the crystal? How did I just lose it in my brain? What is wrong with me? There it is. Oops. That almost works. trying to get just the right... Excuse me? Oh, that sucks. Well, we could just... Tell me why that's an invalid placement, though. That's weird. Oh, now you don't mind it. Interesting. The glass edge is not valid, yeah. Oh, right, the shift delete button thing. Yes, I know what you're talking about. I don't use that ever, considering how much I build. And you were saying it, and I'm like, oh, that is a thing. And I just simply never use it. This is not. I don't think this one was supposed to be even, though. No, this one is. I'm just a dummy. Because there's some I want to do the glass in and some I don't. Can I fit through here? No. Oh, where like you click on something and it makes it for you? Or like when you click on it, it becomes the next build piece? Yeah. I know, that's like a legitimately like really useful tool. And I also never use that. I don't use any of those shortcuts, honestly. The only shortcut I use is flying. I do love me a good fly. Quality of life, I know. I know. Considering how much I build, I'm usually a really fast builder. So I usually don't care. I said this on my last stream of this, but I'm actually, I'm significantly slower at building in this instance because it's, I'm building to a picture as opposed to building from my own imagination. And it slows me down. Like, I'm very fast at building. Like if you end up, when I was telling you about, as an example, the water temple build, my water temple build took me maybe 4 hours, and the entire production. So like, I was filming myself in like time, like I was doing a secondary, I had a different PC running the game, doing panning shots of me, you know, like slow-mo pan shots from above so I could do time-lapse filming. So I was having to go through and like adjust the camera, record, stop recording, pivot, do this. And between that, doing the build, and even post-production of the entire video, all the graphics, the voiceovers, everything, editing the video, I think total it was like 9 hours. That's it. For everything combined. So definitely, I do be speedy sometimes. Yeah, really. Yeah, and I have a very full-time career, so definitely good that I was able to get that done. All right, this is looking a lot better. I think I want to do the shutter thing over here, maybe. I want to do the shutter thing here. I know that for sure. Hmm. Come on, give me to that ashwood piece. Have to hold. Yeah, I'm not usually a big Gizmo user, but in this case, you know, it suits the creative purpose. So I'll take it. You know, I might need to move this over. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of like hold shift, bump shift snapping in this build. Definitely. There we go. Just getting it completed, you know? So we got those glass. Yeah, I think we'll do these here too. It's a shame, I don't know. Maybe that'll look alright. Let's find out. I know that's not perfectly flush. Oh, that's actually pretty good. Basic log cabin in the near future. I do have a chest full of core wood. There you go. You know, I don't really want to mention this and like jinx myself here, but I couldn't. We obviously it's getting a little later, and also there's just not a whole lot going on. But we got to like 92 or 93 concurrent viewers. We were so close to triple digits. We were so close. And now we're kind of on our way back to reality a little bit. Just saying it out loud. I was like, we got like 92 and then it started dropping back down to the where we are now. And I was like, oh, so close. No, definitely not. I just, I mean, I'm just not entertaining enough to, like what I'm doing now, holding 100 people, that would be hilarious. But no, it was just, I mean, the fact that we're at almost 80 is unbelievable. It just, I just wasn't sure if, I didn't want to say anything at the time, but it was like, man, if we actually hit triple digits on my third stream, that would be absolutely bonkers. Obviously, as a Twitch person, usually it's a different mindset that usually concurrent viewership while you're live is not nearly as paramount as what happens to your VOD you know, once it hits the algorithm in YouTube, it's almost more about what happens after you're done being live, but still, no harm in being excited with some exposure, I guess. Because my other VODs have gotten a few thousand views after I go offline, which is surprising. It's really cool to see. But yeah, Minnie, we were at like, what, like 92, I want to say. I was like, holy shit. It does seem like after I've been live for 2 hours, as long as the chat's moving and my thumbnail's decent and my keywords are pretty good from when I went live, that we at least get an opportunity. 97. Oh, fuck. No way. So close. That's actually pretty cool, though. I mean, it definitely shows you that it's out there on YouTube for me more than it is on Twitch. I don't think that's a hard sell. Why can't I get to those? Hello? I can't touch these. It's okay. I'll just leave them. I think they fall into the shadows well enough where it's like, it's going to work out. I mainly put them there to, I want to cover up the glass showing through there. Excited. Yeah, I just, you know, for some backstory, HD, I've been a streamer for a long time, and like a long time, and been markedly unsuccessful in it for the most part. I have a very successful career, so I don't, you know, it is what it is. But it's just one of those things where I've done all the right things for so long, and it just wasn't in the cards, you know? So kind of cool to... when I started doing some Valheim builds on YouTube, and it was the first time in a while where, like, you do the thing and then people subscribe and, you know, cause and effect, I guess. Sometimes it's nice to see that actually happen, because sometimes with streaming for a long time, you don't get that. If you're just not going to make it, it's not going to happen. Bright light out of my way. There we go. I streamed years ago. Got to be too much for me. Needed my... Yeah, it is exhausting. I've streamed off and on for over 6 years now. It's not easy, for sure. And I've done it to very, very, very limited success, which can be really hard, obviously. We're going to leave those micro gaps right there. No one's going to see that in regards to our build here. So I think when I started doing like I said, YouTube builds, and it was kind of like, oh, like you make a video that's like high quality and polished, and people watch it and hit the subscribe button because your content was fine. You know, that doesn't, as silly as that sounds, that's not something I'm super used to anymore. Trying to hide some of those. There we go. Boom. I'll be honest, I can't believe how well this has turned out. Like, genuinely. Like, I know I'm decent at building, but when it comes to, like, that's kind of nice. And when it came to getting this image down, I did not think it would go well. I wonder if this would look stupid. Yes, it would. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy. I mean, I shouldn't be complimenting my own build, but you know. Okay, that's cool. That works. No, I could do that. I could just do... I wonder if I can push it. Yep. Get that overlap right there. Not correct. Do that. And we'll add the side beams to this one. Okay. That looks great. Should I, for continuity? Yep. I like the 360 control you have on the pieces. It's a mod called Gizmo. You can turn a piece like on all the different planes. So like if you have for example, this piece, like if you wanted it as a floor piece, you could do that. It's kind of nice. Yeah, Gizmo is really good. If you go into the config files, you can turn on and off different... Oopsie. Like, I don't use the... there's like this weird, like, orb of, like, planes that is permanently in your crosshair that shows you what directions your pieces can move. I turned that off because it's just, like, why? Like, it's just in the way constantly. So, a couple things you can maneuver with it. The only bad thing about Gizmo is if you're simultaneously using plan build or anything like that, the hotkeys overlap for what it's worth. Just so you are aware. Granted, you can change all those hotkeys in your config files, so no big deal. But just saying it. This is another one of those where we're going to ignore the little split there. Same with this one. Yeah, it's definitely a world you'll probably eventually want some support with. Um, tackling mods on your own can be a little daunting at times, I would say. It's fun to explore them though, and there's nothing tremendously bad that can happen from getting them wrong. I guess there is. I don't know. B plus decided to add into my current playthrough and disabling hordes. I like, yeah. That's always a good one. I used Better Creative for a bunch in my builds, my YouTube videos, and that's been decommissioned or whatever, so I need to find an alternative for that. I did something up here that made it look like it had a curve. Oh, that's right. Okay. Um, maybe I should just do that. Might be able to do... Man. That didn't work how I wanted. That's okay. Let's do that. Doesn't matter the instances. Okay. We have our door. Okay, so we... Oh, I keep hitting my boat. Stop hitting the boat. Alright, we have just one. Just one. I gotta remember once my stream ends and I go to post-processing, I need to edit the first part of my video out because of that giant drop-off and lag we had. Hopefully I reintroduced the video adequately. Whoopsie. I might just leave it. Alright, HD. Thanks for hanging out and chatting for a while. I really appreciate it. It was nice to meet you. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for chatting. Hopefully we'll see you again sometime. If not, maybe I'll see you in my comments somewhere. If you ever need any help with mods and stuff, let me know. Have a good night. Okay, so outside of the chimney, dare I say that we have finished this build? Look, I got to admit, it's quite phenomenal that I've... Keep an eye out for your next stream and your content. Thank you. Appreciate it, HD. Have a good night. I am remarkably impressed with myself in the lamest way of saying that. Like, I cannot believe that this has occurred as well as it has. I might pass on doing the little gazebo thing. I don't know. Because, I mean, it would be right here. I might pass on that. Unless it's like, there's a massive objection to that, but. So, that is where that's where the chimney goes. That's where the chimney be. Can I get away with anything on it? Is there an iron beam? There's an iron beam right here, right? Yes. Can I... Yes. Don't judge me. I'm just a boy. No shot. Winner. Oh, it's red as fuck. An engineering marvel. Look, no pride in this one. Just interior doesn't matter. It takes a lot of the heat off, you know, when you don't have to worry about your interior. It's interesting that it's red because it is touching it. That it dropped all the way to red. I don't know if I can get away with any more building. Like I actually want to. Like, I don't know. This is all going to fall apart, right? mean, if it doesn't, I will happily claim my prize. Oops. Nope, I can't see. I was trying to simulate kind of that weird top on the chimney. And I just don't know if I have an item. Can we do this? I have 0 cost building on. Why would I need to steal? Hello? Okay. Now you're gonna let me? Yeah, that's really weird. I don't know I've ever seen that happen in no cost building. Where, It is near the... I hate you. Okay, we won't use this option. Sounds good. By the way, in my Odin's Sky Temple thing, I used this in the temple in the sky. I used these in the cracks to make the blue, like, reflective surfaces. It was really cool. Okay, well, I guess we'll just go back to my old plan. Thoughts? Not too bad. It's just slightly off center. It looks like a chimney. I agree. I always like, if I cap it, I almost like feel better about it, but like, I don't know why. Hell. Okay. He's a wizard, Harry. Okay. I mean, is that it? Since we're not going to do that little gazebo on the left. I mean, technically, the only other thing that's out there is like the vines. You know? need a stable, but maybe that is just me. I mean, it's weird to just have them in random spots, but like that is what the image do be saying. I think you guys said something about this. But I'm not really that worried about this one. I feel like this would be a perfect place to use one of these new Odin's mods. Odin's mod just came out with these new signposts. I don't know how to attach them. I've only done the pole, not the wooden one, so I actually don't know. Uh-oh, I got Modular's assistance again, thank God. Of course, that's not where I want it. Alright. I would say that's if we want to talk about a mission accomplished here, I don't. Let's get rid of the HUD real quick. TacoGXP. I should have. So if I were to get I mean, the only thing I didn't do was put weather vanes on the top of these things. Maybe I need to do that. Nicest racquetball court I've ever seen. So true. You know what? That's gonna bug me. We need to do something. We need to put something on these arches, and I don't know what it is. I actually think doesn't really work, does it? Maybe we could always just throw the old ravens on here. I mean, I guess we just do it. dokie. There we go, little cinematic pan. Okay, Seagull, I didn't need to ruin my vibe like that. I would say we have done well. And then we'll go ahead and check out one more time from the spot. That is basically, let's turn off FF Smooth now. Oh, I gotta go back to 0, don't I? There we go. And then let's do repair. Hello? Why didn't we repair those, do we think? Weird. Oh, it's because I'm over there. Getting this exactly like the image is right about there. There we go. I did it. Obviously, those of you who have the imagery link can check it out. I think that's pretty damn good. I would say. Excellent work, everyone. We did it. Before I go, GG's indeed. I'm going to run and give you guys a sneak peek of the other thing I was talking about, just so you understand what it is. This is done. Excellent. We'll take a few minutes. I want to talk to you guys just a little bit about my modular build thing. I'm just going to take a few seconds to show you it. I'm going to be making a whole video on this, and hopefully it doesn't catastrophically fail, because that would be sad. Which one is my graveyard? Oh, first try. Alright. So, my modular build system is right here. Okay, so I will give you a quick demonstration. Okay. There's some bugs and or things I'm still trying to perfectly figure out, but I will show you what I've been doing. So, if you're a member of my YouTube, you will eventually have access to my blueprints, which includes this modular base system. So the idea is in your blueprints, you can set down, it's like this is the main base entryway. And then it's got like modular sides to it. So, for example, just to show you, like we can add different things like modular sides. And now you have another extension. You could technically, for fun, you could just throw up a wall here to block this off. And obviously, if you wanted, you could do windows or other accoutrements. Like, you can do whatever you want with it. But for me, I'm just sealing this off. And then here, I'm actually going to do this hall right here. So now I have this attached here. And I can add different things in this area. From here, I could add a hallway. Oops, so it has a little lip right there. That's not supposed to be there. I made that mistake when I just added this. I can fix that other ways. And I can add this modular side right here. And if I want to, I can end cap these. And over here I could put an L-shaped room. Oops, so I accidentally lifted this one too. This isn't supposed to happen. This is where I've been working on getting the clipping. So now I've got this hallway into the grand area over there. We could actually do an L-shaped full hallway. That brings us over here. And I could add a 2-story kind of storage facility / bedroom, whatever I want it to be. But to what I was talking about with this is all of these parts are interchangeable. And all of these parts can create random patterns. And all of them have interconnected roofs, so there's no leaks or anything like that. Like they all have overhanging... they all have roof frames and overhanging coverage. And like different details on the outside with like kind of like pop-out windows and stuff. And I just did all that in like, what, a minute? And you could close off random areas if you want, add different things. And I've now got... I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pieces so far for just the modular build. And I still want to do like a portal hub and maybe like a kitchen or a crafting room or something. And then just a couple other L-shaped, like different shaped hallways like this one. So anyway, that's what I've been working on. I want to do a video on it. I don't know if people want that or not, or if it's... I mean, if anything, it's just like a starting point where people can... You can edit, you can change the details, you can change it, the decorations, whatever. But I feel like it's a solid starting point for anybody who just wants to have a foundation to build off of. So, other than that, all my blueprints will also have so if you're a member of my YouTube, I think it's $4.99 a month. I'll also have my other blueprints from all my builds, but not like the worlds themselves, but like the items. So if someone has a request, like, hey, I really want that gazebo, or can I have this building from your other build, like I can give it to them. And I'll probably have like a rotating batch of different blueprints available monthly anyway for subscribers, aka members. So that's the plan. I don't know if anyone will elect to do that, but it gives me something to do within YouTube, and it's going to be fun to just like expand my awareness of plan build and like the different mods and stuff like that. So we built this today, and we did well. Should make a promo video. Oh, I will. Yeah, I'm going to make a whole YouTube video, period. I'm going to make a whole YouTube video on a modular base system. So that will be a thing. And that video will probably flop because that's how it works. When I want the video to be good, it dies. When I'm just like, oh, I'll make a video, it's fine, it like pops off. So, maybe I got to care a little less, I think is the secret about the video. Well, we did it. It took us 4 hours and 40 minutes, but we built this image. And we did it. So thank you guys for hanging out. Crazy that we almost hit 100 viewers tonight, and we're sitting at 70 plus the last little bit here. Thank you guys, whoever's out there lurking. Thank you. If you haven't liked the stream already, please do. If you haven't subscribed to my channel and you like my face enough to see it again, please do hit that subscribe button. I appreciate everybody. I'm going to call it a night. I have to, even though I'm off tomorrow, I'm not. I have like an 8-hour online course I'm taking. So I've got to do that. So I'll be sitting in this very spot for 8 hours tomorrow doing that. I will likely be streaming again on Thursday if I can. And on Thursday, I may or may not do early access Dune Awakening. And I might do it here on YouTube. I haven't convinced myself that that's what I'm doing yet. So I'm sorry if I don't. But if I do, it might even be during the day. I'll obviously ping you guys on Discord, but I haven't quite decided, but I am free on Thursday to do something. So I'd like to make some sort of content, whether it's a live or a YouTube video. So again, thank you. We'll see you guys next time. Hope you liked the video. And yeah, everyone have a good night. Bye.